Hi. Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, Elia. Hi, D-Cups. Today I'm not muted. Today I'm not muted. Okay? Not muted. Because I'm doing good. It's Friday. It's amazing. I don't know, I think in 1 hour there's gonna be a Diablo Campfire. And I'm wondering, will it be fun or will it be devastating? We'll see. Why is this in? So yeah, yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Maybe I'm gonna watch it and like, wait, let's go see. And maybe I'm gonna play Diablo as well. So like have like a mini thingy. But yeah, until we wait, or like as long as we have to wait, I'm just gonna jump in Diablo and play and listen to music. You know what I haven't done? Yesterday I wasn't really sure what OST to listen to. Now I know. There we go. Tekken Tag Tournament. Oh yeah.
I cannot do that here.
Ah, you have good timing. The door is damaged. Kvera, stay outside just in case. All right.
Bye. I'm pretty sure, like, now that
Demons manifesting already?
I'm pretty sure they have like, the game has calmed down now.
What was that?
Initial...
Vasek, my husband.
Not while I'm in town.
There! Damn, he's gone into the...
And maybe afterwards I'm gonna go with Tekken 7.
I'm low on precious mana.
Shut up! I'm not.
I need time to prepare.
Buddy, where are you?
No, we all forsake you. He's close. Damn. Careful. This situation is delicate.
Oh.
Like before. Tekmat? Vasek. Just stay calm. Will you settle it on his with me?
Stay away!
Everything is going to be alright. Father Inarius, as I shed my wicked blood, let it be purified in thy light.
Stop! Please!
He did.
It hurts!
Let the light fill the darkness.
No! No!
Something's wrong.
No.
Vasek!
Look upon the shattered remains of this pool. Relish your meaningless victory while you can.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
Vasek, I've failed you. I'm so sorry. We need to get out of here.
Oh, I can just leave, right? Yeah. Wait. Dum, ba-da-dum.
I'm fine.
No. Where's the healers?
Not while I'm in town.
Came apart nicely. Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Okay. Were you ever truly welcome here? No!
Not while I'm in town.
You know, I didn't really realize it, but now I finally do. So, basically, what Blizzard has done with this game is, like, they nerfed everyone. Which basically makes progression in Eternal Realms less enjoyable. Whereas, I'm gonna go here actually. Whereas playing Season now is obviously a little more fun, or like it makes more sense because you don't have to, like, you're not nerfed, right? I don't know how to like properly say it without sounding like an idiot, but I hope you know what I mean.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm low on precious mana. I lack the needed mana. I need time to prepare that. I'm low on precious mana.
Ugh. So the campfire stream is gonna be in I think like 15 minutes. So it's like a little bit of time.
I need time to prepare that. Out of mana once again.
Oh yeah, so which is kind of sad,
I
but
need time
I mean
to
it's also
prepare
cool. Today the cunt started for Tekken 8. Or in other words, the what's it called again? Tekken 8. What was it called again? What was the actual like network test? Closed network test. Yeah, right. The cunt, right? Closed network test. And so people were able to check out, like obviously the loading times and stuff. And someone said it took only like 3 seconds to get into the game. So if that's true, it's actually pretty sick.
Prepare that.
And pings seem to be pretty good as well from different regions, especially far regions. It's really cool. Like if this is if we are finally getting there where we can play with whoever the fuck, no matter the ping, that'd be awesome. Me.
I need time to prepare that.
Mana. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Boom, boom.
I'm not ready yet.
Cross some more vitamin. Unless I feel like absolute garbage, of course. The fuck is this? So yesterday there was this news that somewhere close to Berlin there's a lioness. Supposedly it turned out now to be just a pig. Oh, wait, what? No, no, not pig. What are they called again? The one in the wildlife. A boar.
I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. Out of mana once again.
Ba-bum.
I'm not ready yet.
Ow!
I lack the needed mana.
That's it? That's it. I wish they would say like right here if the weapon is one-handed or two-handed. I mean, I guess it does, but by like showing the outline on the weapon. But still, it's like, could be better.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Please! We came here to purge this evil. But now... I can't leave my friends here. Not like this.
Hey Yuki, why are you screaming at me? Why are you so nice to the others? Very nice.
The only way out of this is to fight.
I lack the needed mana.
No! I think it bugged out. Tech music? Exactly.
Out of mana once again. I mean, I could go up there. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Meow, meow. I need time to prepare that.
Yuki, have you played all Tekken games? Almost. Which have you not played?
You want an audience?
Shut up.
I've trained under the best. How can I help?
Not while I'm in town.
Not when I'm in town. 1, 5,
We display these trophies.
6.
Our purpose remains.
Okay. Because I was gonna ask,
You're the heretic that
like, which is your favorite OST from all of them? Which, I mean, can still be answered. It's just, of course, when there's like games left out, it's like, not like full scope. Because I'm just interested because I mean, I've only ever played Tag Tournament and
I need time to prepare that.
and 7, and I like both of them a lot. Although Tag Tournament holds like a very special place because it was my first one, and I mean the OST is just
I'm low on precious
quite
matter.
energetic. The stage music from the Wolf Demon Girl, you mean Unknown? That fight was horrible. What a shit fight.
I'm not ready yet.
And also thanks to, obviously thanks to never playing Act 3, or 2, I don't know. I also never knew that I was June. Like I didn't, honestly, I mean, I as a kid, okay, as a kid, I think I was like really dumb. So I didn't make connections. Which is also why in MGS2 I never thought of Iroquois Pliskin as Snake, right? And the same goes for Tag Tournament. I didn't really connect the dots that Unknown was June. Wow. Thankfully, I'm now a little smarter.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of mana.
I need time to prepare that.
Ah!
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
And I think my favorite track from the Tag Tournament OST is what's it called again? The School? I think it was The School.
I'm not ready yet.
prepare that.
Okay.
I need time to prepare
Go
that.
to the flash cave on. I think this was the carnival amusement park. Minute. It might be up here. Oh, it's here.
I'm not ready yet.
I lack the needed mana. I need time to prepare that.
I mean, the damage is actually not that bad on the core skill, but it's still
I'm not ready yet.
a little lacking. Because I don't have enough regeneration. Yep. Wait a moment. There we go. Shit.
I need time to prepare that.
me through!
I need time to do that.
Ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
I need time to prepare that.
Come on, give me school. It's not school, but it's okay.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time.
Wait,
to
I
prepare
killed
that.
him, but then I didn't kill him? What? Oh, okay, no mind. You doodling. I'm gonna take this one. Plus no, going on. It's so funny how I just didn't give, like, when I didn't stream and like, I mean, back in the day, right, when I played like Tekken Tag tournament, I just played. You know, I just played Yoshi, Mitsu, for example, and just like it didn't care. But now it's like, well, now you gotta care to learn combos and shit.
This is it.
Release me! No! He will not be confined!
Too late. I really hope I'm gonna be invited to the to the hunt, to the Tekken hunt. That is the track for Unknown.
Well...
Splintered end. Dull edges or bad dints? You'll know where to find me.
I don't know why, but I always hear rabbit. Into the sanguine.
Not while I'm in town. I need more time.
What? Oh.
I need time to do that.
Okay, I waited long enough. Give me my freaking school. Where is it? Yes. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite from the OST.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Buddy!
Blue blood. The bishop will be most pleased.
I need time to prepare that.
Bill of Mortality. In the year of the light, 1318, Anno Kyrgyzstan.
Shut up. Again! Ah! There you go.
I'm not ready yet.
I still think old OSTs are the best. Like, sure. Like, that's the thing. Back then, there was limitations, right? Because of hardware. But nowadays they have, it feels like they have all the freedom. But the freedom... Oh, fuck, whoops. I don't know, it just doesn't hit the same.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm not doing that. Fuck off. Leave me alone. Open up! By the way, any one of you guys watching Oppenheimer and or Barbie? I find it kind of intriguing to watch Barbie. Not because I don't know, it's just like, it's not about like not liking Barbie on it or like liking Barbie. It's more about like I'm like interested to see what this movie is gonna be about. Like it's Barbie.
I'm not ready yet.
It's like, okay. It's kind of like, why does it exist? I'm finding out. You got a ticket for Barbie tonight, but you're going tomorrow now, and Oppenheimer and IMAX. What's the trailer for Barbie? After this.
I need time to prepare that.
I think I just passed that. About Barbie having extensive prices because we go to the real world. Would only if you have a friend to go with. I mean, it seems kind of funny to like. I mean, it doesn't really matter which order, but like you go into like Barbie, watch that shit, and then you go into Oppenheimer right after. No, stop!
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Well, I mean, let's do it then. Let's see. Wait, did I switch scene? Yeah, I did.
Hey, Barbie. Can I come to your house tonight?
Sure. I don't have anything big planned, just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and a bespoke song. You should stop by.
So cool.
You can find me under the lights, diamonds under my eyes.
This is the best day ever. It is the best day ever. So is yesterday, and so is tomorrow, and every day from now until forever. Do you guys ever think about dying?
When my heart breaks,
Some things have been happening that might be related.
when my world shakes.
Cold shower, falling off my roof, and my heels are on the ground. What do I have to do? You have to go to the real world.
You can go back to your regular life, or you can know the truth about the universe. The choice is now yours.
The first one, the high heel.
You have to want to know, okay? Do it again.
Closer I am to find. Closer I am to find.
I'm coming with you.
Okay.
Wow, this is the real world. What's going on? Why are these men looking at me?
Yeah, they're also staring at me.
Fuck.
Barbie in the real world. That's impossible.
If this got out, this could mean extremely weird things for our world. This would be catastrophic!
We haven't played with Barbie since we were like 5 years old.
Oh.
No one rests until this doll is back in a box.
Even if nobody else sings along.
Humans only have one ending.
Get that Barbie!
Ideas live forever.
No, I won't let you do just one appendectomy.
But I'm a man.
But not a doctor.
Can I talk to a doctor?
You are talking to a doctor.
And I need a clicky pen?
No.
A sharp thing?
No.
There he is. Doctor!
Somebody get security.
Is Barbie if you still in doubt?
Okay. Okay. What the fuck did I just watch? That's today. I love this face, man. I think that's where I got my Blutze Evil from. Was it Blutze Evil or was it Blutze? Actually, forgot. Let me check. I don't know. I this is the actually the first time I've watched the trailer. I'm like confused. I don't know what to think. I guess this is what you can expect from a Barbie movie, though. Not remembering his emotes, I know, right? It's Blutze. What's the other one? I have Evil and I have Creep. I think it was Creep. Blutze Creep. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, it's I think the funny thing about this is it is basically the Doom and Animal Crossing moment all over again, but this time for movies. Right? Like in 2020 Doom Eternal released on the same day as Animal Crossing New Horizon, and people made like crossovers between the Doom guy and Isabel. And now it's like Oppenheimer versus Barbie on the same day. But Doom versus Animal was better. I mean, of course, it's games. Games are always better. Barbieheimer? Wasn't it Barbenheimer? I'm not sure. Maybe it was in Saw Patrol. But yeah, it's kinda, I think that's the biggest thing about this. They're like two completely opposite genres are clashing again. Anyway, 7 more minutes until the start, so... Mamma Mia and The Dark Knight released against each other.
Ah, thank the...
Okay, I think I can do this. Let's do that one.
Not while I'm in town.
Wait, no! Oh, press C instead of U. Then what? Oh my god, it didn't even check that there was like this.
Look!
What? Shut the fuck up. Also, My Neighbor Totoro and Grave of the Flies were released as a double feature. At Grave of the Fireflies, sorry. What is this, by the way? Oh yeah, what does this shop finally have, huh?
Salutations, Wanderer. Come and don the mantle of history's champions. Let us continue. Very good.
Okay. How about a game of Gwent? No! Accessory. This doesn't look too bad. This horse looks sick.
That's a bold choice.
I like the armor looks sick. How much does it cost? 1.6. Krenta Via, Barbarian, Mount Armor.
A powerful calling.
I like the helm. That one was sick. This is a cool set. Strong but decent. This one is still the best for
I see.
for the Necro. I don't know why, but I feel like Blizzard is holding back on these cosmetics. Like none of these look really like, wow, I gotta buy this. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. Add-ons.
I'm not ready yet. What is this? What is this?
What is this? I don't fucking know. Why do you ask me? But I wanna do this one down here.
The wind's grown too cutting, even for these parts.
Not while I'm in town.
What unholy energies are flowing into this creature? I must end the ritual.
No!
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, are you still not live? What the fuck? Mama, 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 mama.
I'm not ready yet.
You know that the Ice Clan Mauler has a similar sound effect to the big guys in what's the face?
I'm not ready yet.
Bloodborne. The guys with the stones, like that you meet in the very beginning, basically.
I'm not ready yet.
Stupid evil goat man. Was this bowling? I don't remember.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm out of potions.
No! Xiao Yu versus BKO. What the fuck? Fuck. I guess I have to wait. Wait, I think we have to wait 1 more hour. I thought it was in it was right now, but it looks like it's not right now.
I need time to prepare that. The Kazura storm is ended.
Daylight savings time. I mean, even if it had daylight savings time, it would I mean, we're all in daylight savings time, right? So it wouldn't like make too much of a difference right now if they post the times. Yeah, that's why like it would be weird if they posted something and like. Although I didn't read. Whatever. I didn't read the blog post really.
I'm not ready yet.
So I might just be wrong in general. Strike is also really good. I think it's the one when you fight Ogre.
I'm not ready yet. It is done.
Okay.
I cannot do that here.
Need something for it? Come back if you need work.
What did it say again? I think it said green for weapons. Green gems. Is it like 2 and 1? Anyway, so conduction is next. These shock skills increase your movement speed.
I cannot do that here.
And I think even though the stage was like, I think, true ogre stage, as always, Heihachi I fought here, I feel like. Maybe it's the Heihachi stage. No, it's ogre stage. Okay. It's always Heihachi I fought in the arcade mode, or most of the time. But it's actually ogre stage. Okay, let's listen to Tekken 7.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Calm down, lady.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
No!
All hunters beware.
Shut up. Up.
I need time to prepare that.
Buddy.
I'm not ready yet.
For each unique element you deal damage with, you deal 10.8% increased damage. Oh shit.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
When there are at least 5 close enemies, stun them for 4 seconds, this can be okay. I mean, why not? Yeah,
I need more time.
I think this is my favorite track from F7. But I'm not sure if I like the final round or the normal version more of this track.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Ah!
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to do that. I need time to prepare that.
I cannot carry more.
Dude, this track is long. Holy shit. Resource draining effects are 50% less effective. In addition, gain 5.5% increased resource generation.
My burden is too great.
Shut up. Am I wait. Did I accidentally loot this track?
You have done nothing.
Too much sitting inside.
These bits still have some life in them yet. An ambush.
Ah!
The chieftain of the bear tribe has taken note of you, warrior.
Aye, I've waited for one such as you. Approve.
I don't remember this track.
I cannot do that here.
Dream chest. Man, I still can't wait for Tekken 8.
Beyond
wait.
dark, this glacier has claimed many of my bravest warriors.
Is anyone streaming Tekken 8? Yeah, okay. Cool. Because if there is if I get actually access, I think I will definitely stream it. And if I remember correctly, it's like next weekend maybe, where
I'm not ready yet.
where PC will get access to the beta.
I need time to prepare that.
Ow. I jumped like straight in it. That was so dumb. I just jumped straight in it. Oh great, we have to do all this again.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh. Akuma music, yeah. Well, it's the dojo, I think, where in the story, spoiler by the way, Heihachi fought against Akuma.
I'm not ready yet.
Mishima Temple. Well, I think it's called. I think they call it dojo. Oh wait. We killed his wife. No, not that one. There's like I think it's called. Actually, I think it's called Mountain Temple. Now that I think about it. I can't really check right now because I'm fighting for death. It could be where he killed his wife. And then he like stays there. Let me check. It's called Abandoned Temple. The track. It might actually be where you killed Kazumi.
The calling feels strong here. I can feel our purpose beyond that door. We must find a way through.
Trying, okay.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
These tracks are really long. I did not think it would be that long, honestly.
I'm not ready yet.
Die, foul beast!
This must be some kind of cutscene.
If we're guarding a stone of blood, it may be of use to us.
Oh wait, no, this is I think when you fight the Jacks in the temple. Like that endless Jack fight. I think it was like a flashback.
I chose my champion well. Let us find what lies beyond. No! Not... You!
I'm not ready yet.
Whew.
Yes.
Wait, what now? Are we good?
I cannot do
I
that
did
here.
not. Was this when they fought? I think this is when they fought, and like
Welcome. Blades need sharpening. What'll it be?
and Heihachi stood up again.
Spread the word. I'm happy to help.
I cannot do that here.
Oh, the stream finally started. Okay, so like 30 minutes. Heihachi will never die. Didn't the Heihachi voice actor die? Cause I wonder how they will bring him back. I mean, there's probably no issue to bring back a character. But I guess it's gonna be weird to not have the same like voice actor anymore. And I gotta be honest, I know they have probably done this a lot. Like I haven't played all I haven't played all of the as I said, right? I only played they have, like I haven't played all Tekken games, right? Only Tekken Tag Tournament and Tekken 7. But I know there's this like it's like this one or the other is gonna throw the other person into the fire pit or off a cliff. But like 7 and how 8 seems to like shape up, it really feels like maybe Heihachi is gonna be not there. Because now it's more now they try to focus on Jin versus Kazuya. It's not a Tekken game if we don't get that. Just because it's maybe a flashback. No, and then it's gonna be Kazuya throwing Jin off the cliff. Pocket. Oh yeah, it's a Devil Kazumi OST. Oh yeah, this one is a fucking banger.
It is done.
It is done. Okay, now I'm really interested. We need support back. This one? I wonder. Where is it? Is it this one? No. 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 Who the fuck? There it is. I hope it's this one.
Hachi Mishima was there waiting for me.
Shut up. Is it this one? He's hard.
我ら八丈家は貴様のような人間を消すために太古から存在しており、その使命を今果たす。
She's hot. It's not. Damn. I hated this fight, man. Because this is one of the worst things you can have in a freaking. I mean, I am not no expert in fighting games, okay? But as a noob, the worst thing to me is, and especially for a fighting game, is when your enemy can constantly recover HP, and Kazumi was one of those fights. And I think was it Akuma, or was it Kazuya? I forgot. But one of these two were also able to recover health. Plus, on the difficulty that I played, every freaking character was able to input read, and it's like, buddy, it's like double the difficulty. It's not the OC that I want. No.
But why did you drop?
No, it's not. It's not this one. I guess this OST only plays when when you do the arcade mode. Anyway, where's my? I think it's that one. Yeah. Okay. Ah! Ah! I accidentally closed my stream. Now I can't see chat. There we go. Can kill Demon with his bare hand. What a chat. But yeah, this track is really good. Love it. But yeah, again, this whole OST is really good. Okay. The darkened way.
Not while I'm in town.
Mama, mama,
We got separated. My friends were cut down.
I need time to prepare that.
Fuck off, maggots.
I need time to do that.
Ah!
I'm not ready yet.
Shut up. I really don't think Kazumi's gonna come back, but I kind of wish he did. He was a really cool Mishima character. Shit.
I need more time.
No! No! Hey.
I'm not ready yet. My name is...
Bum, 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 bum. Turn the bloodstone to the pedestal. What? I really never really got warm with this season music, menu music. I was always a fan of the first one. Not that it's bad, it's just, I don't know, it just wasn't as catchy.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that. I need time to prepare that.
Where's, okay, let me see, season 4, season 3, season 2. Character select. This one I think is. Oh yes.
I'm not ready yet.
I think Dave used this track for a while. Until he found out about Infinite Azure.
I'm not ready yet.
No, I messed up. Shit. Yeah, he uses Infinite Azure. I'm not sure. Do you say Azure or Azure? Azure? I don't know. One of these three, I suppose. But I feel like he uses, like before he used that one, I'm pretty sure he used
I need time to prepare
this
that.
track, Solitude. No, I'm gonna die again.
I need time to prepare that.
There we go. Good track, like really good track.
Not while I'm in town.
I see. So my mother was a knight penitent.
Started raining a little.
What will it be?
Wait, do I have like any? Oh, I can't check the. I'm gonna go get the.
Not while I'm in town.
I'm gonna check out some cosmetics. I don't know why, but for the neck roll, it felt. I don't know. I felt right not putting on any clothes on him. Even though that's probably more fitting to a barbarian.
Will you help me, stranger? Fell right into my trap.
What trap? I think they walked into my trap.
I'm not ready yet. I cannot do that here.
What will be? Good salvage.
I cannot do that here.
My husband, Theodore, left our home in the middle of the night. I heard him. I went there.
Not while I'm in town. Not while I'm in town.
I need time to do that.
Nope. Not here. What?
I need time to prepare that.
I need more time.
Keep. Conceal within the heart. I have no fucking idea when this played, but it's okay. Oh yeah, I need to where is yes, key overshot. Fighter song.
Psst, you there. I need to talk to you. Our mutual friend needs your...
Dear friend, I do.
I cannot do that here.
Keep walking before I...
Oh, bad luck. Try
Just
again.
all around. Not bad.
Until next time.
I'm gonna let this run until it's over, and then I'm gonna switch to the Diablo thingy. Okay. Let's see. Should work. Oh yeah, let me mute the game as well. I'm really wondering what they're gonna say to the season start. can't read chat like this. Oh well, whatever. Well, I can't read chat, so have fun. Talking shit or something, I don't know. I think Convulsion was the next. Actually, we... Conduction, Fireball. I know you saw it. It's okay though. Oh wait, fire it said, right? Like the fireball? Fire exploding pot. I mean, actually, I could just do this. And now I realize why I wouldn't need a certain monitor. Okay, I've chat again. All right. Wait, they're like 2 minutes late. Oh. Technical difficulties. How can you be late to a stream? I mean, what did I say then? I'm constantly late. But, like, I mean, don't they have, like, other stuff to do as well? This is like, oh my god, we shouldn't be doing this, but we have to because community and stuff. But actually, we should be working on the game. 2 months late. Oh no. I just realized I'm watching in like 1080p, not in 160p. There you go, much better. I didn't really pay attention, I just have like, you know. Oh my god, it's going!
I am writing to you because although a great evil is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land. More dangerous, more malignant than I could have imagined. I have found a way to stop this plague. To rip the dark power of these monsters from their very core and turn it to our advantage in destroying them. But I cannot do this alone. My allies have fallen. My strength is dwindling. The Malignant are relentless and without mercy. I need help. I need you.
No, you don't need me. Fucking liar.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo IV Campfire chat.
One
my
guy's
name
missing.
is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here for Diablo. I'm joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director of Diablo
realized
4, and Mr. Joe Pipora, the Associate Game Director
Associate
for
Director
Diablo 4.
is
We have
like
a lot to talk about today.
He's new, right?
Obviously,
So he's the first
we
person
have this
to
Campfire chat because we do want to talk about
get fired.
the patch that just
Something
released
goes
this past
wrong.
week, which is patch 110.
And Joe
We've
Shelley
seen
looks a
ton
bit
of
like he
feedback.
lost some hair since the last time.
We've heard a lot of feedback, and so we do want to go through, a lot of the points of feedback that we've been hearing, and at the same time the patch itself. The biggest thing that to kind of like kick us off here, I think we want to obviously acknowledge everyone's feedback in regards to reducing player power. We know it is bad. We know it is not fun, and it's something that we ourselves know that it's not the greatest play experience for players out there. We do want to explain why we ended up doing it within the actual patch, and then of course we also want to talk about like what we were trying to achieve specifically with this patch. And
But
with,
you were
with
trying
the
to
changes that
achieve
players
basically
ended up
make
seeing.
everyone play
And then
the
separately,
season
we do want to also
and forget about
talk about how we
Eternal
don't plan on doing a
Realms,
patch like
so that
this
people
ever
spend
again.
money.
We have most definitely heard the feedback from the players on that front, and we do want to talk a little bit about our philosophy, our own internal statements that we're setting
Ricardo is
for
holding them at
ourselves
gunpoint off
for
camera.
future updates.
Say the
for
right
the
things,
game
or
itself. And then, of course, we do want to also talk about how we can talk better and communicate with the community better in regards to patches and updates coming to the game.
Dark
and
Waters
what
3
we
was
can do to
Xbox Gold,
improve on
get it.
that. So I know that
And
the
suffer.
first thing we do want to talk about, though, as I said, was talking about why we ended up doing this in this patch. And I do want to throw it over to Mr. Joe Pipora over here to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So I know that we've talked on stream before about our intentions for Diablo 4 being a game about choice, and part of that is ensuring that the various class options feel that they've got a place in the meta experience.
You have no
And
courage
that
to
kind of
start
goes to
it.
some of the changes we made
Your
in
courage is to
1.1.
beat it.
Now, Adam already called out that we've heard the
That's your
feedback with
goal.
regard to the patch,
And that
and we
will
know that reducing player power
power you up
is
to
never a
do
good
all the
experience,
things.
in general. And I want to talk through like sort of some of the things that brought us to where we are today in terms of decisions we were making and why. So a few of the really big changes that were made as part of 1.1. First, really, I guess to cooldown reduction. We changed the amount of CDR that players can get as part of in the affix ranges and items that are rolling for them as they're going through the experience. CDR is one of the, if not the most powerful stat in many ways in Diablo 4. And the reason for it is obvious. When you're able to get CDR to a certain point, when using certain class mechanisms, you're able to get effectively like instantaneous like active skills. So like that can give you like unlimited resource, it can give you unlimited movement speed, give you unlimited damage resist, and it begins to dwarf the effectiveness of other options when you can start trying to take these things.
Oh my god,
into
can you
account.
say dwarf?
Now, we know that blasting through content with those things is really fun, so it feels really, really painful to have to take some of those things away. And we certainly don't relish the idea. That was the original thinking for these sorts of bits. One of the reasons why we think that these builds are very prevalent at the moment is based upon like the nature of some of the endgame content we have in Diablo 4. In particular, thinking about Nightmare Dungeons especially. The reality is that Nightmare Dungeons are dramatically overtuned from where they actually need to be based upon the place they fill in the role they fill in the game itself. So tier 100 nightmare dungeons are excruciatingly difficult for most players to, most classes to be able to actually get through. And as a result, it begins to kind of winnow the opportunities and options that players have when they begin to engage with content at that tier, such that you really do require, you need to lean on very, very specific builds, very specific setups, with access to things like near instantaneous cooldowns for some skills, in an effort to actually like make it through those spaces. And that was never really the intent of that content. And we see that, right? Players are using Nightmare Dungeons as ways to kind of like level up their glyphs, ways for them to gain experience and loot as they're progressing up. It's largely like a level up system that you're progressing with once you get into world tiers 3 and 4. But they've taken on an outsized role as sort of this new end-game chase opportunity for players who are looking to really challenge themselves. And we love that we want that kind of content and we want that experience for those players. And we feel like we have done a reasonably good job of that with Uber Lilith in the game. But we don't feel that like tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons fulfill the same role at all. Just the nature of the content type doesn't actually work well as that kind of pushing opportunity. So one thing we actually plan on doing, and we'd hope to get out as part of this release, we're going to get out very, very soon, is we're making a reduction in the difficulty of some aspects of Nightmare Dungeons to kind of retune some things. And the goal here is to say that, we think that roughly where you are with like a Nightmare Dungeon tier 70, that's kind of where we actually want the difficulty to be for a tier 100 as players are going through the experience. So there's still a thing to push for, but it's more reasonable. And as part of this exchange, we know that players really like kind of blasting and pushing hard for these sorts of things. They feel like big achievements. We are going to be looking at creating a new content type, a new endgame content type that's going to be more directly meant to address those sorts of players and give people more things to chase. That's part of the commitment to the live services, to make sure that we're always adding new things like this for players to go and try to kind of chase after, to kind of maximize and use their builds in fun and interesting ways. So that's another really big thing. Next, we made a number of changes to the sorceress skill, sorceress builds in general. That sort of ended up having a net impact of like really reducing their effectiveness with some of their most powerful builds at the moment. And the goal at the time was to try to bring their builds back in line with one another so that we could start trying to bring everything up at once, as opposed to having these things as they are. And this actually leads to a really good conversation about the idea of balance in general. I said before that Diablo IV is a game that is about choice, and that remains our goal. That's our guiding light. We're trying to make decisions on balance and design in general. And sometimes we don't always get it quite right. And I think that we see that with some builds that are just simply not performing to the level they need to be because they just don't have the right interactions with the kind of content or skills that you actually really want to use to get through the game. This is an example of like when we're thinking about our goals in terms of creating this balanced experience where there's lots of interesting choices for players to engage with. We cannot make balanced decisions without kind of accounting for the way that players are going to feel about those things who are playing those classes. Like if our goal is to create an ultimately balanced experience, without regard for how much fun the player's having as part of that exchange, that's ultimately that would be like a failure on our part to not kind of think about things. So we have plans that I know that we're going to talk about a little bit later to kind of address this more clearly. But understand that we've heard this and we have plans in the very near future to address these sorts of things. Another bit that speaks to this is the change that was made for vulnerable damage. Now I think that there are a lot of players in the community who like kind of dove deep into a lot of our systems in Diablo IV and kind of see that vulnerable damage is a really outsized role that it plays in terms of a lot of build making. To the point where it feels that, you'll get to certain parts of content and creatures sort of need to be vulnerable in order for you to feel that you need to that you can damage them. This is something that we're very aware of, and we made a reduction as part of the 1.1 build that reduced player damage in general because most players rely on many builds, I should say, rely on vulnerable damage to deal to kind of spike in lots of different kinds of content. This is something we also need to talk about. Vulnerable damage is far more potent right now than we actually want it to be in general across the game. I think I've talked about this before. And we need to make a number of, we need to kind of bring these things back in line. But this is a more complicated conversation than simply just saying we can take a bonus damage to vulnerable creatures number and reduce it by 40% in terms of the the amount of damage you can accrue across different sources, and have that be the way that we solve this problem. Really, I think we all know that the ultimate problem with damage to vulnerable creatures, the fact is multiplicative stacking on top of the base vulnerable damage, which is already multiplicative on its own. Like this is the reason why the stat plays such an outsized role in a lot of player builds. We're going to need to move that to an additive place, but we can't do that without making a number of other adjustments to critical strike damage, to the way that overpowered damage is both calculated and dealt to creatures, and the availability of these things across various builds. There's lots of builds that rely on vulnerable, and they're balanced around the idea that the damage is also multiplicative. So a number of their balance and tuning changes will need to be made in order to be able to bring vulnerable back in line with some of the other options we have out there. So
I only hear like blah blah
this
blah.
This is how we're kind of thinking about these things moving forward. We want to.
I feel like he's overcomplicating things.
Trying to be a little more inclusive of all of these decisions when we begin considering which of these balance adjustments we want to make, rather than being in this iterative place where we're making small adjustments to a number of different things along the way with an end goal in mind of where we actually eventually want to be. We want to be trying to consider what the experience is going to be like from moment to moment. Rather from update to update and release to release, to get things in a better spot. So while we do believe that having our season roll gives us the opportunity to kind of reset our meta and change a lot of things, that obviously has an impact on Eternal players, the way that they kind of perceive the characters they're still playing in that space, and it can be disruptive for players who found a particular playstyle that they're really excited about. So so I know that Joe, you're going to talk about some of these things in a minute. So this is an awkward handoff, but I just want to make it right. It's a very awkward handoff. Okay. I'm sorry. But I want people to understand that we do hear the things that they're saying. We do plan on making changes in the near future, and just kind of thinking philosophically about how we want to address these things moving forward. And with that, I guess Joe, would you like to share about your thinking?
Yeah. So I think it's a great point, a great lead in here. We want, as Adam mentioned, we want to talk about. We kind of talked a little bit about how we got here. We want to talk about what we're going to do about that. I mean, I think one of the really good points you made is like, vulnerable is, for example, vulnerable is like a must-take stat, right? And it would be better if it wasn't a must-take stat.
But more of a build option.
The game will be better when that's the case. Mm-hmm. But if along the way to getting to that,
build.
The game is less fun, then we're not fulfilling our obligation to players, right?
That's right.
So I want to talk about our mission statement for the live game, and I think we have yeah, perfect. So there are four parts to this. We're going to start with the first part. We want the live game to always have a wide variety of viable builds to discover, to put together, to acquire the items for, and to optimize across all 5 of our classes. Second point, every season should introduce new items and powers that keep the game fresh and increase build variety. Moving on to the third point, the live game should also have continually evolving end-game content. And that content needs to have high monster density for powerful builds to mow down, and it needs to have activities that challenge your build. And you were just talking about how while Nightmare Dungeons, I'll get to the fourth point in a second. While Nightmare Dungeons
he doesn't want to make the game more fun for players.
They're challenging your build in some ways that are not very fun, right? Like being CC'd
No, we
all
demonstrated it.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Going through 20 tiers of Nightmare Dungeons where every monster can one-shot you, and then if you get clipped by one bit of chill, you're permanently snared, right? Or completely frozen. Like these are not things that the Nightmare Dungeons system is doing particularly well right now in terms of making challenging content.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's why it's so important, your call out that we plan to introduce additional content that fulfills that part of the mission statement to challenge your builds. If we can go back to the screen, I got kind of sidetracked, but I think it was really important. Yeah. And of course, ultimately what we're trying to do is make the game more fun for players, right? Players are at the heart of everything that we're doing. And if the game is not more fun for players, and we're not making the game, if players can't believe that as the game evolves, it will get more fun, then we're not accomplishing our goals either, right? And so the other point I want to go to here is a change that, Adam was talking about. How do we make sure that the next time we do a patch, we don't have, this doesn't happen, right? Yep. And so I want to talk about we call it a key process improvement. That's like a weird jargon term. A change that we're making that will help us avoid this situation. So I think we have a
You mean
slide
getting
for this.
review bombed?
When we make, and this goes, again, this is right along what you were saying here. When we make changes to increase build diversity, our goal, going back to the mission statement, is we want to have a wide variety of viable builds, right? So when we make changes that have the ultimate aim of increasing build diversity, we need to pair those changes with compelling alternatives. And that means that there are some builds that'll be overpowered, and we can't nerf those overpowered builds without providing compelling alternatives for players to pursue.
That's right. It means that things like when we identify that there are a few individual like meta builds or stats that are like really, really powerful within preseason or within a season, that until we have created those other options and redesigned things around the nature of these and made sure that we've lifted up other options and brought everything in line, we're not going to move on those changes. There's going to be always situations where there are extraordinary outliers, that we're going to want. They're usually relying on like actual bugs that we need to address. But when it comes to like trying to bring things back in line with one another, we want to be able to make sure that we're doing those. When we make those decisions, we have a bevy of other options and alternatives available for players to engage with at the same time. So if players see it as taking like a toy away, that we're giving lots of other toys or lifting up other toys, to make them more viable as part of the exchange.
Yeah, and that those toys are equally exciting.
Yes.
So let's go to the second point of this here. When we make changes like this, it's important for us to make them at predictable times. And Adam's going to talk a little bit more about our communication strategy here in a bit. The start of a season is an especially good time for meta changes to happen because there's a big refresh, everyone is rolling new characters, and there's new seasonal content, right? And changes like that will also appear in Eternal at the same time. And the third point here, as Joe alluded to, there are certain situations. We saw a case where we had a skill that could do 10 to the 37 damage. In cases like that where the damage is literally breaking the game or crashing the servers,
I wonder.
We'll still react to those situations.
That one guy that did like
37
undercillion
allowing builds to be overpowered
damage
and
in
I think,
one hit.
One of the things that's important for to recognize and state is that, ultimately ARPGs, or some people call them hack and slash games,
but I mean, reaching that number
are
seems kind of
about
fun.
power fantasy, right? And they're about us inviting players to break the game to some extent, not to crash. There are lots of ways to interpret the word break, but and find fun toys that we've made, do crazy things with them. And we need to make sure that we aren't trying to punish players for doing that, because ultimately that's the playground we built. That's that we built a game that's like, go find crazy stuff, and we need to make sure that when players take that invitation, that
they will exploit it to shit.
That's right.
Yeah, and I know when we were talking about at least the Nightmare Dungeon stuff beforehand, and we can go into it in a little bit more detail once we get to the stuff that might be coming down the pipe here. The one thing I think that I wanted to really highlight on was, obviously we did this patch and we made these changes and we brought character power down, player power down essentially. That in itself was also supposed to be paired with these Nightmare Dungeon changes that where Joe was actually talking about earlier. and you know, it's something that we've learned throughout this process, is as you guys were talking about, that, you know, we have
Wait, don't
ultimate
tell
visions
me
for
it took
something
them a
that
bit
is further
longer
down
to
the
get the
line,
stream
and
going because
doing that
Ro
all
wasn't
together
there.
at once during those
I think
moments,
his name
as
was
opposed
Ro,
to
right?
doing them over time and whatnot, just leads to a better experience overall for players, and that's something that we most definitely will be doing as we build out, you know, future updates and patches and so forth. Of course, a key component to this is how we communicate to players, and you know, there is been a lot of feedback in regards to like, hey, it would have been great if we knew some of these changes were coming down the pipe, and you know, it's a hefty amount of patch notes. We could have digested this like over a few days beforehand or a week beforehand. So one thing we do want to commit to right now is that we do plan on going forward always providing patch notes and communicating these patch notes through streams like this, through Campfire chats or developer update live streams beforehand, well beforehand, like, you know, at least a week before the actual update hits. And no matter state, because I know sometimes we're still like trying to like maybe potentially squeeze in a few different things into patch notes and stuff like that up until like the last second, just on the nature of production of how we are. But I will say we do plan on sharing those no matter what to the community going forward, and from here on out through a stream or written through blog or something like that beforehand, well beforehand, before players can actually get into game and actually try it out on their end. So at least we can hear feedback and you guys can actually digest the information before.
Gotta be honest though,
in fact,
I feel like devs nowadays
we do actually have, of course, future
much to
updates here that we do want to talk about here. You know, really quickly.
Like they hear a bit
one thing that we will commit to right now is that next Friday, so exactly 1 week from now, we'll be back on a live stream, because we will start with that live stream where we will be talking about our next patch that will be coming to Diablo 4. We'll talk a little bit about some of the details here, but we'll go into more detail next Friday specifically. But we will be back on here to kind of go through the whole entire patch notes with everyone beforehand, so everyone has a better expectation of what they're going to be seeing in the actual update, and they can talk to us through chat, through devs, or through social media, through Reddit, through our forums, etc. beforehand, before the actual patch hits. So we will get times and remind everyone, of course, throughout the week that we will have another Campfire chat to talk about patch 111, since we just shipped 110, 111. But we do want to talk a little bit about patch 111 today, just because there are some items that we are aware of that we know will be of interest to players, specifically when it comes to things that they've been asking for, and at least it gives you guys a little bit of an early preview of some stuff that's coming down the road. I think one big thing that everyone has been kind of talking about as of late from this current patch is like some of the sorcerer and barbarian items and stuff like that, and how we've obviously tuned a lot of classes down, and there's questions of like, hey, is there any changes in the future for those two?
Yeah, we're taking a long look at a lot of the sorceress and barbarian aspects that aren't being like utilized very well right now, and trying to lift a lot of those back up. So there's going to be a wide range of like legendary power and unique item improvements for these two classes in particular. We're taking a look at a lot of things, but we're really honing in specifically on sorceress first, and then also getting a lot of barbarian updates in there at the same time. And this is for 1.1.1.
Correct.
So the very next patch and cycle.
Yeah, and we expect that patch. Obviously, if we're having a live stream now, next Friday, we expect that patch here in the next like couple weeks or so. So at least you guys can get an early preview on it.
Yeah, and on that Friday, we'll be talking a lot about like the specifics of all of those changes, and kind of hearing what the community says.
Yep.
It feels like
in fact the Nightmare Dungeon items that we were just talking about just now, that's actually we're planning on actually rolling that out in a hotfix specifically, and that is something that we actually plan on rolling out later today. So we'll have more information on the Nightmare Dungeon changes that will be that we talked about earlier, that will be coming out later today via hotfix. Another big thing that we've talked about in patch notes, because we've we've toned it down, and now we're kind of and we had mentioned that to players that we did plan on bringing it back up. It is monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide. So I know that you guys had some plans and so forth related to that.
Yeah, so I mean, going back to the mission statement I mentioned earlier, a key part of the live game is having high density areas for players to mow down, right?
Key part of ARPGs, right?
Key part, of which Diablo IV is one.
That's true.
Pardon my grammar. And so we're going to be increasing the density in Nightmare Dungeons substantially. And we're going to be increasing the density in Helltide as well. Now, with the Nightmare Dungeon changes across the board for Nightmare Dungeons, all Nightmare Dungeons will get more dense. The Helltide change, there are certain areas of Helltide that are extremely dense, right?
Yeah.
Like the tar pits, for example, is very dense. Areas like that probably won't get more dense. And part of what we've been doing here at the same time in terms of these density changes is making sure that we're making performance improvements, like looking at player skills that are taking a lot of time on the servers, getting those into better performance so players have better frame rates and stuff, and fewer stalls and all these kinds of things that make the game more fun to play. And this also helps us increase the number of, like, more monsters, more players, more stuff going on. And we know that the density in Nightmare Dungeons in particular needs to go up. And so we've been working on that to make sure that we can accomplish that. So density in Helltide will go up, not uniformly. Density in Nightmare Dungeons will go up uniformly, and these will be substantial increases.
Yep. Which I know players have been talking about constantly, wanting additional density on this.
Right, rightly so.
And a big topic right now is inventory concerns. We've heard from players. I know we've talked about gems and so forth actually becoming materials in Season 2, which to help out with some inventory concerns specifically. I know you guys have information, at least in regards to stash, and what might be coming in 1.1.1.
Yes. So certainly the gem change is still coming in Season 2, like you said, but we need more stash help now, right? And so in 1.1.1, we're going to be adding an additional stash tab for players so they can store more aspects, more Malignant Hearts.
Yeah, this has been like an ongoing conversation every week inside the dev team of, like, do we feel that we're ready to do this yet? Do we feel that we're ready to do this yet? Like the density conversation and the stash tab conversation. Like the engineering team's been working really, really hard to be able to, like, make these adjustments possible for us. Like there's more that we're doing. This is now a never-ending conversation of, like, what else can we do and what else can we be doing to try to improve the experience? But, like, we've definitely heard these two concerns, and we're just really happy to be able to bring them in as early as 1.1.1.
Yeah. Oh, and I should mention that along with the stash tab, we're making a small change to elixir stack size. We're going to bring that up to 99. So that'll help a little bit.
Awesome. Obviously, like, with new starts to seasons, and if we do have these types of changes that occur within the patch that may change, whether it's the meta or the balance.
Why are you asking Yuki to be a accountable?
Respecs and how that has been pretty expensive on people's, like, their own personal economies with gold and so forth. I know we have respec changes that are also coming with the game itself. You guys probably know more specifics on the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this really goes back. Joe was talking about our commitment to choice earlier, and it also, but I think it also goes back to, when we say in the mission statement we want to have a wide variety of viable builds. Great, but if you can't switch between those builds, then it still feels punishing, right? So we're going to bring respec costs down by about 40%, quite a bit.
Cool. Yeah, so it should help out with people that want to switch over to a different build and so forth, or they do have to adjust over to another build. They get the option of actually being able to do so, or have an easier option of being able to do so.
And that'll be in 1.1.1.
And that'll be in 1.1.1 as well. So And then I know, lastly, like one big thing is, you know, as players kind of progress through the game and the leveling curve kind of goes through, especially like post like 70 or so, we've been looking at you know, the player journey and how they've been getting up to 100. I know there's some changes that you guys are looking at in terms of like experience and so forth from that end.
Yeah, I mean the short version is we want to make leveling from 50 to 100 faster. By adjusting XP. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I realized when I
was
realizing when I was talking earlier about the change we made. Obviously, we also made the change to XP gain when fighting creatures above your level, and I failed to mention this discussing it.
Yeah.
So the original intent for that was we found players basically sitting at like fighting creatures like 3 levels above them and never felt like they were really challenging themselves beyond that. We wanted to stretch that out a bit further, but that went from, you know, a 25% bonus to a 15% bonus. And we knew that density changes were coming online, so we thought about this a little bit. But you know, I read a lot of feedback, like afterwards in particular, that just made it sound like people thought that we were just trying to make the game take longer, which wasn't actually the goal. But realized that the 25% to 15% change did constitute a nerf. As a result, that is the thing that we're thinking about as well.
We are not trying to slow down the game.
No, and to that point, like we have a vision for how long we want the game to take for players. We realized that it's taking a little bit longer than that, than what our vision was originally for a lot of folks that are leveling up, particularly when they get to certain parts of the game, like you know, when they're World Tiers 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So we are looking to like really to readjust the XP rates for those areas, because we aren't looking to like have you hit this absolute brick wall when you hit like level 70 or something, right? Like there's not like these moments where you're going to feel like you just can't, or 75. Like, you know, we don't want you to have this feeling that you just can't make meaningful progress, that we're just artificially holding you back. That's never been the vision or the goal, right? It ended up working out that it wasn't, the players weren't earning XP at the rate that we had originally expected, is what it really came down to. So these are, like, we are making changes in this regard to kind of bring this down a bit. Yeah.
And I mean, you've seen, certainly we did things like increase the XP bonus for Nightmare Dungeons a while back quite substantially.
Yeah, and Whisper Completion, Helltide chests. Yeah.
Now, notwithstanding that, there are changes to XP related to addressing, you know, the power leveling case, because we don't have like group up, have fun with your friends, like power leveling each other.
Am I
the
hearing
only
a fan?
case that we think is not very fun is the case where one person is standing at the entrance to the dungeon and the other person is having all the fun killing monsters.
Oh my. Sounds like there was a fan.
And so, you know, when we look at the balance of the XP changes in 1.1.0, we think that additional changes need to be made to make the game faster, especially between 50 and 100.
Yeah, we want level 1 to 100 to feel like an achievement, but not like a job.
Yeah.
Right. So like we want to make some adjustments to make sure that it feels fun, very achievable, obviously within the season timeline. But yeah, so we are going to make some adjustments. We'll be talking about more probably next week in terms of with more specificity.
Yeah, so very soon.
Yeah, so again, we'll be back on stream next Friday to talk about all the details of the changes, including the Barb and like Sorcerer changes that Joe had mentioned, along with other changes that we are preparing right now for the patch itself. That patch itself is supposed to be hitting in the next couple weeks. Obviously, if we're doing the stream on Friday, it means it's coming pretty darn soon for after that stream. So, but we did want to make sure that we got in front of players to actually talk to them about everything, and we plan on doing that going forward if we ever have one of these larger patches that actually make some pretty significant changes within the game. We'll either get in front of you guys via stream, or we'll end up posting about them earlier so that you guys get a better idea of what's to come for those. I know that we do want to take some questions, a bunch of questions actually from chat and so forth. I know one big question that has always kind of come up has been about leaderboards and so forth within, and the expectation of when those might be coming in. I know that ideally we're aiming for Season 3 for the leaderboards in itself.
Season 3?
I don't know if you guys have any like additional information or like additional insight onto those from your end.
Yeah, so one thing that's really important to us for leaderboards in Diablo 4 is that we don't think that like tying this directly to Nightmare Dungeons or content type exactly like that is going to make a lot of sense, because the variety of the nature of the system. So we want to make a content type that kind of partners directly with leaderboards, so that you can be judged in kind of like this kind of more even playing field when you're going through that experience. But that is content that we are actively in development on and are excited to try to get ready for Season 3. So we're going to be making, I'm sorry, the short answer to this is, we'll be excited about our competitive feature. We are making a specific content type that goes alongside that you're judging yourself against, and we're looking for Season 3 for that.
Question from You Stupid Walrus is Uber Uniques, what's the future? They mathematically don't exist, so I don't think it's a good waste of resources of them anymore.
Sorry, I was really distracted by the walrus.
Okay.
Can you read the question again?
Uber Uniques.
Oh, right.
What's the future? They mathematically don't exist, so I don't think it's good to waste resources on them in the future.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, Uber Uniques are designed in such a way that they are a huge spike of power, and we're receiving feedback, and we understand the feedback on some of them. But they represent a huge spike of power, and as such, are not expected to be part of builds necessarily. One of our goals underlying is we don't want players to feel that one of these are mandatory that you must find in an effort to bring your build online. From the ground up, we kind of made the decision to say it is okay if we want players to find these, but we don't want them to expect to find these. Which is a difficult place to balance in terms of drop rates when you're thinking about these. Now, right now, I believe that they are exceedingly rare, and we do want them to feel very, very rare. But I suspect that as we start moving into future seasons, we do want to find more ways for players, or more opportunities for players to get chances at these. And I imagine we'll be able to talk about that soon. But I would suggest that the current drop rates are probably not going to be the drop rates forever. We'll probably make those a little bit more common, a little more likely to be found as time goes on.
A big topic that I'm seeing just pop up in chat and so forth, a lot of comments about crowd control. If there's any plans or ways that we're looking at addressing crowd control here in the future.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I think we both talked about it. We think that when you have high density of monsters on screen and you have a lot of elites, the crowd control, the tools that you have for crowd control are not, need to be better, basically. And some of that is going to be adjustments to things that feel unfair. And some of that is going to be adjustments in terms of your tools. I think that we'll be able to, this is something that we'll be able to speak more to in terms of specifics and how we're going to address that, but we agree it's a problem in the future. Yeah.
Question from I'm so bad. IK Recoat. I tried. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry. When will loadouts be added?
Yeah, it's a feature that the UI team is very excited about and something we've talked about a bit internally. We don't have a timeline for the idea of loadouts just yet, but it is something that we're continuing to actively talk about. And we have more information to share in terms of when something like this could potentially be added to Diablo IV. I'm sure that we'll talk about it. Barag
Zero says, what is the time frame on 111? It doesn't seem very clear. Is it before the middle of the season? How long do I need to wait for Sorcerer and Barbs to have their changes and be playable? It is much sooner than mid-season. As I said, it's only a couple weeks away, and by a couple weeks I mean like very, very soon. If we're doing a stream on Friday, I would expect it within a couple days after the stream.
We have to provide some. If we say anything too specific today, production will choke us out. So we have to be very careful about the language we use. But yes, very soon.
Only because with patches themselves, of course, there are. We're on a lot of different platforms and everything, and of course those go through certification. If a certification gets pushed back or whatnot, then we obviously need to readjust schedules. So it's hard for us to actually put a specific time on it until that actually occurs. But very, very soon. BaldB79, are there any plans for some changes for experience between, say, level 75 to 100? This is actually something that we just commented on, but the journey feels a bit dull. There are several events, but only nightmare dungeons to provide challenge. World bosses, Helltides, and Whispers are a good idea, but just too easy.
Yeah, there's so we talked about, so I guess there's two real parts of this, like, so are we making changes to the XP progression for players while they're moving through, like World Tier 4 in this case? And the answer is yes, we are going to be looking at making changes to that, and we'll talk more about that soon. And then secondly, do we feel that there are the right number of like milestones for players to engage with, enough goals to kind of like consume while you're also just leveling up, and enough content to kind of do as you're leveling up in these world tiers? And I think that the answer is no, that we know that there's more things that we need to add to the game, particularly for World Tier 4. But really just once you get into World Tier 3 and 4, just want to find more opportunities and more content and new things for players to do as they're leveling up through those spaces. And we do have plans for those things, and we do have thoughts on stuff we want to add in Season 2 in particular, and some things we're looking to continue to talk about moving forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, we recognize that there's more we would like to add to that journey to kind of create more variety and more moments of challenge as well while you're progressing, and not just at 100, but all along the way.
Podoc24 says, what are your plans to adjust loot drops? This, I'm going to add on to his question after I read it. It feels very frustrating to grind for days without ever seeing anything close to an upgrade or finding the right aspect. Even worse, when you finally do it and it's a terrible roll. Slightly, I'm also going to modify that and mention target farming, which has also been a topic within the community. I'm not sure if you guys want to have any plans and so forth for that.
So I think there's a couple parts of this as well, right? There's the idea of I grind for a long time to get an item, and the item is not an upgrade. And particularly, when you're in World Tiers 3 and 4, where you start dealing with sacred items and ancestral items, where you're kind of dealing with this larger bucket of eye power range, this can certainly tend to be true, unless you're looking for specific kinds of affixes, you're looking for particular kinds of rolls, right? So there's a couple things. One, we know we want to try to reduce the difficulty of kind of comparing and looking at a number of different items all at once and trying to get a better sense of that. These are things the UI team is very passionate about, and conversations are ongoing in terms of how we want to achieve that. Like things like loot filters, things like that. There's the idea of how does the progression of itemization feel, particularly in World Tier 4, while you're leveling up there. And the systems team has ideas on things they would like to include. It's
you
too
might
early for us
find
to say
something
exactly
new,
to
but it
really
doesn't have
lay
to
them all out
be
just now.
but
there are ideas
luck
that we want to
based
kind of
if
improve
you
the
just
feeling of progression
get a
through
better
the ancestral
upgrade
tier,
or not.
so you feel like there's more thresholds and there's more opportunities to kind of get upgrades as you go. And then lastly, there's this idea of target farming.
You love
So
mushroom.
legendary aspects are a place I think that we can afford to do more. We know that players are looking for certain aspects. They're trying to find certain things. They're trying to find particularly unique items. I think is often the case, right? They want their Tempest Roar, whatever it is they're looking for. They're looking for that thing. We do have plans in Season 2 right now to have more content you can try to target farm in order to find certain unique items. And I think there's a natural extension of that to figure out what's the right way for players to be able to find an easier method of getting at some of the aspects they might be looking for as they're progressing through. So that is something that the rewards and systems teams will be thinking about and hopefully we'll talk about soon on stream.
Yeah, and I do want to note, I know we have an update here coming for 1.1.1, which we just talked about, is in the next couple weeks. There are going to be other patches before Season 2 and so forth, with additional changes and items that we just haven't noted, and I just want to clarify specifically on that. We do have more patches beyond 1.1.1 before Season 2 to address a lot of feedback that we're receiving from players and a lot of opportunities for us to actually do so. Can we get some sort of matchmaking system to help with partying up with random people or group
forgot the
finders?
name.
I know we had talked about group finders before. I know
forgot the
this is
name.
something that the team has obviously received feedback about, helping out with the social systems and so forth within the game. It is being evaluated, I know, and the teams are looking at it. We just don't have an exact timeline of when those are actually coming in specifically from that end. Are there going to be changes with arm? Oh, sorry, I forgot that. Andy for Man was the last question. Being Pot 10 says, are there going to be changes with armor regarding survivability? Hardcore is almost unplayable on Sorcerer, with one-shots from corpse bows and low innate due to low innate armor.
Yeah, I think survivability, especially on Sorcerer, is something that the changes that Joe was talking about that we'll be talking about in more detail next week is one of the things we want to include in that. We recognize that.
Yeah, we also identified there are a few outstanding monster types and abilities that are doing that are killing players a little more frequently than we expect, and like we're looking at creatures that explode when they die, for example, claim an awful lot of lives.
See the
Right?
sound.
Creatures that can chill, claim an awful lot of lives, right?
Or charging creatures, we've also learned.
And charging creatures, yeah.
I've seen a lot of reports about that, and I know, and you're about to say
which I think have been nerfed like twice now. Too,
well, there's a bug fix on the beast charge in particular, where beast charge could deal damage even if you interrupted the charge or the beast died.
Oh, I see. So, well, that's a good bug fix. So, I mean, we're identifying some of these like really difficult affixes, really difficult Nightmare Dungeon affixes, or like really ones that claim lots, like a disproportionate amount of player lives as part of that. And we're looking at those all at once. It's source for survivability is absolutely an issue, and we're going to be talking about it more in the 1.1.1 conversation next week. But there's also this idea of like there's a lot of things out there that are just doing a lot of like what feels to the player in the moment pretty cheap, like unfair, like just I sort of just died, don't really see what happened. So we're looking at more of these situations and trying to figure out the right places to make adjustments. We don't want the game to be easy. We don't want you to be able to walk through every encounter, and we want the game to feel deadly at times. We want you to feel like you had an opportunity to kind of evade or deal with those situations.
In regards to someone, Zeus DNA says we'll be seeing the hotfix notes before the hotfix comes out today. Yeah, we'll get the notes up. The deployment hasn't started and is not starting until later this afternoon, but we'll get the notes up so that players can see it, and we'll be mentioning it so that players can actually read through them and so forth.
Right.
This is a pretty large hotfix in terms of like items that we're actually fixing and the Nightmare Dungeon stuff that we had just talked about.
Yep.
Templar Knights asks, question, can we change the codex in such a way that we can upgrade the values with founded legendary items? This could reduce the demand to stash, avoid aspects laying around, easier adopting player tier balance changes, but we still want to find items and increase codex values.
Yeah, so we know that one of the key things that players are carrying in their stash right now are lots and lots of aspects. Yeah. And we're talking about ways to address that. That's an interesting suggestion. That I think it's sort of going toward the same direction here, which is like, how can we address the case where your stash is completely full of aspects? Certainly having an extra stash tab will not hurt that problem, but I think there's more that we'd like to do in terms of the aspects.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've been discussing internally for a while. I think part of this is just how much fun is it to be able to extract an aspect from an item and be able to maintain that role? And then how much is that fun so fun that it's worth like some of the inventory pressure that comes about as a result of that? Yeah. That's a conversation we've had within the dev team. We're going to continue to talk about it, but we know that there's definitely a lot of improvements we can make to the Codex of Power, for example, to kind of like be embracing some of these other like affix extraction systems.
Question from DRJ16. Has the team considered how certain nerfs like weapon cooldown reduction are so much more impactful for certain classes than others?
Yes, the team is definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect, like the vulnerable damage change disproportionately affecting like Cold Sorks. We're definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect some classes and builds more than others. And this goes back to my earlier point about when we're going to be making changes like this moving forward, that we know we're going to have this have an overall effect of reducing certain effects down, or rather reducing certain like powers or affixes or whatever it is down to a place where we want people to use the baseline to kind of build from for other parts of the game. That when we do those things, it's going to affect these different players in different ways, and they're not going to enjoy that if we've ruined their build in order to try to weed the garden and get things in a better place. Like ultimately, we're going to be trying to do a lot more situations where if we're going to take a thing away, if we're going to update something where it's no longer going to be as valuable as part of your build, we want to provide a lot of other options as part of that. Yeah. Make sure we don't leave the build with a gaping like giant hole in it as a result of the change that we made. So this is going to, again, it's going to mean that moving forward when we're making like larger scale balance and tuning adjustments, we're going to do those a little bit more slowly as a result, in order to make sure that we're embracing all of these other like components of to give a lot of options all at once when we make a change.
Yeah, it goes back to the change we had on the screen before, right? We're going to provide compelling alternatives when we make those kinds of changes.
That's a punchier way to say it.
Punchy way. Kennywa says, question, why did you guys increase the cast time on stuff like leaving dungeons? Feels like you're trying to slow down the game by making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
We can look at that. We'll continue to evaluate that change. It's a fairly small difference. I know that in an ARPG, small amounts of time can be meaningful. We did add the reset dungeon button back in. It does require that you're outside the dungeon, and so there's kind of a loop there.
Loki5123 asks, are you going to add more than 6 or 7 items a season? Are there plans to add more? The feeling is they feel like they would want more items per season that are actually added in.
Yeah, we've always said that we wanted to take in the feedback from the players as we kind of got these seasons out the door. So season 1, we add the 32 Malignant Hearts, which I think have been pretty cool. We're going to be looking at the balance, some of them to kind of like lift them up, make them a little more exciting in some places. But broadly, we're pretty happy. They generally are. And then we have our uniques and our legendary items that we add with the season as well. I think if there is, if we see that there's like a lot of interest in trying to get more of these, we can start trying to think about how we can inject a few more legendaries into the game with each season, or a couple more uniques potentially into the game with each season. But we want to continue to see like kind of what the feedback looks like. This is a good example of people asking for more. So yeah, good to know.
You know, separately from that, like, are you guys looking at potentially like reworking or redoing some things?
So that means patch 1.1.1 is
the
kind
game,
of that vein, trying to like get these things into a slightly better place. And we do want to go back over our existing legendary power library and identify the ones where they can afford to be lifted up with redesigns and changing the way that some parts of them work, so they've better fulfilled the stated purpose in terms of where they're supposed to sit in builds. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for that along the way as well. It's not going to be the only way we inject like new fun in the game isn't going to just be the season mechanic.
Don't be angry.
Addition of brand new legendaries, uniques, but also going back over the existing legendary powers after we see players use them a little bit more, making adjustments accordingly.
Question from Panda Mousy and Mormra. Same question actually. What's your plan for resistances? Right now they feel like a wasted stat. Do we have any changes to resistances that might be changing maybe sooner or later, or how's that going to work?
Resistances fall in one of those categories where if we need to make a change to the way that resistance damage is, or rather, the way that players use resistance to mitigate damage from certain sources. And it's going to be a far-reaching change when we actually go through and make this, which means that we want to be able to take the time with it and do it properly. It's going to be, right now we plan to put that into Season 2 as part of a larger rework. So you can look forward to more information as we get a little bit closer to Season 2.
Shadow Mun, sorry. Can campaign bosses be added to the pool of dungeon bosses that we encounter? I feel like campaign bosses are underutilized.
I think there could be more opportunities to fight some of those campaign bosses in the future. I can't comment further on exactly how that will look, but I agree with that sentiment.
Sounds good. Okay.
Joe has often said this, so like we definitely want to make sure we find the right ways to bring act bosses in. Yeah.
Yes.
Chapter 1 done.
This is actually a question. Party Cannon 30. Hi there, guys. Can you? Thanks for the information. My question is about crashes on PlayStation 5. Is that a known issue? We are aware of some issues on consoles, specifically Xbox, PlayStation, like that may be having crash issues and whatnot from their side. I do want to note, like, I know with 1.10 there was a bug fix towards a specific memory leak that the team was trying to identify and find, and they actually did find it, and it was addressed there. There was actually an additional fix in 1.11 because I've seen a lot of questions.
Just wait till season 2. Honestly, I think they started talking about season 2 in the first Campfire when they basically said there's nothing really to say about season 1 anymore.
Engineers here are still actively, troubleshooting.
But I'm like, wait,
out,
what did they say about season 2? Wait, now what are you talking about season 3? What the fuck's happening?
If you have more information on those, please post in console bugs on our forums. and give as much information as possible, because a lot of those repro steps on our side are sometimes
It's
really
like
difficult.
weird to
and
talk
it helps
about
our teams out,
content
helps
that
our QA
is
teams out,
even
to
further
be able to see
away
if they
than
can
the
actually
one that
repro
is
the same type of
supposed to
issues
be
that
like
are
maybe around the corner.
Do you guys plan on introducing more ways? Oh, sorry, this is Mr. I don't want to butcher that.
Okay.
Do you guys plan on introducing more craft slash modify gear? Currently, only gold has value, and only one stack can be rolled.
More ways to craft and modify gear.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we do want to add more options for players to be able to kind of modify the items they're getting. What we have really in like the preseason and now the season 1 state is still very like a baseline experience in terms of item modification.
Yeah, that's kind of
we are
weird
looking at more opportunities in the future to allow players to do more with their items. So yeah, that is a plan for the future.
I remember
the Almighty Striker
Diablo
says,
3 you were
why
able
does
to
the
do
Necro
it,
Minions take,
but
do
in
they
this
take
one you are
ability
actually
slots?
just only allowed
it could
to
be easily a different button. How many
do like
of
one stack,
Necro
and that's
Minion
it.
builds have beat Uber Lilith? Lots of questions about, is there, we already answered the drop rates for uniques and so forth. That was the second part of the question. But I guess the question mostly is about Necromancer minions and ability slots. Also, I saw other questions related to companions, whether they're Druid companions with wolves or Necromancer minions, if there's any changes or plans for those to actually potentially get a little bit more tweaked up.
Yeah, this is something we do care about. One of the things that that sounded dismissive.
Yeah, we care about a lot of things, but go on.
What I was just trying to get to another point, which is there's some really cool stuff in some of the Malignant Hearts that affects this, in terms of like kind of getting credit for additional abilities.
Yeah.
And we do care a lot about the number of the sort of like ratio of ability to number of slots that it takes up, and making that as optimal as possible.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that if you're going to play a Necromancer and you're going to summon skeletons, that you are going to be. I mean, that takes up that's the weight of an ability. Like it's the same as having an active. You need to like playing with it. It's going to take a little bit of space in your bar. You don't get that in addition to a bunch of other things. If you don't want to have skeletons on your bar right now, the idea that you'd be sacrifice a lot of those skills in order to give you that extra space. And in terms of the viability of like minion builds at various parts of the game, there are some builds that are able to like get pretty deep into content, obviously, but I think there's still room for improvement in terms of like minion survivability and other conversations along those lines. That is something that's still happening. And then there was the other conversation, the question about Druid companions, right?
Yeah, kind of similar to Necromancer minions, and people were asking like, can that ever be a viable thing?
Yeah, I think possibly. We see players. Actually, there are a few players that run like literally all 3 companion skills and use that as part of the build that they'll go after for their druid. And I think that there's likely room here to do more with companion skills. Whether it rises to the full level of like a complete like spec, I think is going to be interesting. But I know that there's people on the team that are very excited about trying to explore more of this side of the druid over time. But we don't have there aren't as many interconnecting points for the way that you interact with your companions right now, and the way that like the skeleton army does for the Necromancer, in terms of ways that you modify them and do more with them. So I think there's some groundwork we need to do to like provide a lot more options there, but something that the team's interested in. Yeah.
I'm going to do one last question here, which is, will there be better loot tables for like treasure goblins, any alternate goblin types specifically for those?
Yeah, I think we loved how many, D3 has like all kinds of goblins. There's like 10 different kinds of goblins, or 14 maybe. It's been a little while since I looked at that data in the editor. But we think that there's lots of room for there to be more fun goblin types in the future.
And in terms of the treasure
Do they
goblins
have just
have
like
to provide,
only one goblin in this game right now?
Actually, I had a conversation with the lead system designer last week talking about this. We are going to be making we are going to be buffing like legendary drop chance, for example, from items that will appear from treasure goblins. We do want them to be to feel a little bit more exciting when the moments they drop.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Well, I know we talked about a lot today. I just want to recap some stuff that we had mentioned today. Obviously, we've been hearing a lot of feedback regarding the patch, and you know, we're telling you guys now that we completely hear you loud and clear. We don't plan on doing patches like this ever again, where we're not going to be essentially removing the fun and the player power from players drastically like this.
Yeah.
And if we ever do that for any type of class, like a build or whatnot, we'll make sure that there's always some really good alternatives for players to actually be able to try out a different build that will also be boosted way back up to kind of help out and give other options for players to actually kind of jump into. And, you know, we will ourselves do a better job of course, communicating back to the community. Again, what we're saying now is that we will be getting patch notes in front of the community way earlier in advance, whether through a Campfire chat or through like a blog of some sort or any type of communication, so that you guys can get a better chance at looking at patch notes beforehand, seeing any type of changes that might be coming down beforehand, because I think communication was key here. I think you guys not seeing what we were planning on doing and us kind of giving that vision really affected a lot of the response from you guys. And I think if we just provided that over to everyone and gave a little bit more of a heads up, I think it would have helped a whole lot there from that specific situation.
Well, also keeping in mind, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's absolutely one part of it, and you were talking about it in a more full way, but I want to really make sure I hit on, like, one of the really great points of feedback that we've been seeing is like, why can you nerf things today and then buff things far in the future, right? And so what we're saying is, not only is there a change to communication, but we're also going to pair changes like that together so that we don't have exactly the situation that players have called out as unfair.
Yep, most definitely. And of course, with 111 coming really soon, we are committing to another Campfire chat next week, next Friday. Probably the same time, we'll confirm. More than likely it'll be 11 a.m. next Friday. We'll end up posting about the details over the next week,
new vision.
that just as a reminder to the community. And there we'll actually
I mean,
go
what
through
are
all
currently like the best classes? I suppose
the changes that
still
we just talked about here
druids and,
into greater detail. Joe, I know, will end
Necro
up providing
and
greater detail changes on like the barbarian and sorcerer
It's like 3 out of
adjustments
5.
that we're going to be making
Druid,
based
Necro,
off of
Rogue,
community
yeah.
feedback. And then of course we'll also be talking about just essentially everything in the patch notes for that. Patch 111 will be coming out in a couple weeks.
I
With
bet
us
next
having a
time,
stream
like
next
if I
Friday,
go back for
I
next season,
anticipate it being very soon or shortly after.
I feel like I'm
the
gonna play
stream,
Rogue or Druid
specifically. So,
or Bob,
and again, we do
and
have
I'm gonna
a
play the
hotfix
class
today,
again that is like
that
heavily
we will be
nerfed now
rolling out
because
this afternoon. We'll be having notes
Blizzard
related to that hotfix here
things.
really soon, and there's a lot of changes in there, including the Nightmare Dungeon changes that we talked about today. So again, thank you guys for the feedback. We most definitely hear you loud and clear. You know, it's something that we wanted to address, and it's something very important for the team here.
You literally got
for
review
us to actually
bombs.
address the community and talk to you guys more about it, and also change some of the ways that we were doing specific items or specific processes. So we really do appreciate the feedback. Of course, continue providing feedback to us. It's really important for the game itself and for us to make a better experience for the players out there. So thank you guys again for tuning in. We'll see you next Friday for the next Campfire chat to talk about patch 111 and all the changes that are coming up. Really appreciate it.
Oh. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how they... You know, they can talk a lot, but in the end, like what really counts is what their actions, right? Like what have they actually learned from season 1? Like, are they actually gonna buff classes now, or are they gonna go on with are they gonna continue, you know, nerfing? I don't know. We shall see. Anyway, back to some Tekken OST. We are perm beta testers. I mean, if we're honest, that's basically the nature of gas games. You will always be the guy like that will test. It's just the nature of gas games or live service. But honestly, at this point, we are like beta testers for all games. I feel like there's no game coming out that isn't like broken. This is a shame. Like, I mean, you know, I think like wasn't it like 15 years ago we got games that were like you bought them for 50 or 60 bucks and they were ready. Like they had to be ready. Otherwise people would just take this fucking copy, take the CD and throw it back at GameStop or whatever, wherever you bought it and say I want my money back. Game isn't working. But now it's like they give you a early beta game and now you are the unpaid beta tester. And if you're really unlucky, the devs won't even fix it until like it's actually like functioning, right? Like they just maybe just abandon the game because I mean they got their money, right? It's really a shame. But unfortunately, we live in a time where people just eat it. Like I feel like a lot of people nowadays, they just, I don't really want to exclude myself because I guess I do it myself. I mean, I did it with Battlefield, right? Like I bought the Ultimate Edition for I think 120 bucks, which I shouldn't have done because in hindsight and from like the past of DICE, they just don't deserve it. And I mean, it took them a year to get it in a state where you would maybe think about spending 60 bucks on the game. But yeah, I've been basically a beta tester for that game since the early beta came out. So as much as I want to hate on devs, I also sometimes you can't really forget that it's also the customer that enables this behavior. It's not like, I'm not saying like vote with your wallet, right? Like it doesn't really work like that. You can't really say vote with your wallet because there's always gonna be there's always gonna be enough people that are gonna buy the game no matter what. Because they want to play that, because like they feel excited for it, right? Like, I mean Battlefield. I'm just gonna take Battlefield because I was really excited for the game. I was actually thinking after I played the beta, okay, it has some issues, but it's probably gonna be better when it releases. It didn't. It wasn't better. It was actually a disaster release again. I think every release since Battlefield 1 was a disaster release. Actually, since Battlefield Hardline, wasn't it? I think that was like the biggest mistake they ever had. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's, I don't really know like who you should blame. I mean, first and foremost, obviously the executives, because all they see is numbers. It's just a shame. Finally understand how this works. Never really cared for this cloud around the enemies, so I didn't know that you just have to kill these and progress. Can I just teleport out for a moment? I hope I can. But yeah, there's one question I didn't really understand. If they can up like I think it was about the unique ancestrals. If they can increase the drop chance. It's like this is literally like the point of an ARPG, that you get like 5 million items and maybe only one is a good alternative or an upgrade. But not saying I'm a huge fan of it, right? Like I mean, I'm actually surprised that I'm still playing this, because I mean at this point it's just the same, right? Just farm. Farm. Grind. But yeah, for some reason I'm still doing it. I mean, it's a new season, right? There's a little bit more than just grinding right now. I think this was the church scene, right? Okay, like, I would actually say this is like Claudia's theme. Should I enable the sound again? Not really sure. I just realized I'm in this dungeon for like nothing actually. I thought I was still in this dungeon for a goal, but nope. Actually done with this dungeon. Need to go here. Do I have to level elemental attunement? And then devastation. Elemental dominance. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Let me see. Interact with waypoints of fast travel to new. Fuck you. Eh. Shit. It's pretty going hard, holy fuck. The camp trench route. I'm in. I was protect them? Oh. Die. Holy shit. Okay. Boom, boom. Slay the malignant ghouls. Holy shit, this track is long. Wait. Is this like a mix? I just realized. Oh, it is. Fuck that. Ah, yes, let's go. No! Ah! I wonder if they will bring this song back, or it, like it's gonna be gone, or if they think about a new track for him.
Talking, you didn't listen. I'll say it louder with my bitch. I'm the adder to the tester.
No, leave me alone. Uh-oh. Buddy, stop. Slay Merleth, the Malignant Bloodlord. I'm assuming it's like at the top. Damn, this unstable currents shreds. Okay. Holy shit. I don't know. Honestly, I watched this. I watched the Campfire, And I feel like I barely know anything more than before. Like so the main takeaway is they are listening. Are they though? And yeah. Are they listening? So what I got is, so their plan was they wanted to like nerf so that they can bring the guys back up, but they nerfed they nerfed them too much, like the characters, and some characters got hit more than others, like for example the sorcerer. No, but now they want to do it like so that before they nerf something, they want to wait until they have like an alternative to it. Wait, that's it? Okay. Okay, before I continue, I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. Alrighty. I don't have Blizzard, right? So you know what? Fuck it. Where's my... I don't know if I should keep this. Cards of charged bowls. Be attractive to enemies and lost. Ooh, actually, that's actually pretty good. I'm gonna still keep this because it's a good roll. Me. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the where is it? The Alchemist. Roll an explosive damage. Meow, 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 meow. Bang. But yeah, it's still strange. So that was like really weird to me is what they explained. So in this game, you can only change one one attribute. So for example, I can only replace the basic skill damage, but that's it. I can't do anything else. Whereas in Diablo 3, I was actually able to change like the whole item. Hi, Woodsman. Okay, let's do the last stronghold. That's also a good map. It's like the one where Lydia got added. I wonder if she returns. Wait. Yeah, I think they haven't teased or anything. Don't touch me. Buddy! Oh, is this? What's up there? Okay. Wait, how do you get up there? With you? Oh, okay. I gotta admit, this Arc Lash build is not that bad. No, I'm gonna die! Lucky me. What? I mean, there's this one line going, but I can't seem to find... This one just leads down there, what the fuck? Hello? Aha! Okay. There we go. Oh. Really? Okay, can we now... Okay, we can. Boss hype. GG. Maybe. There you go. Ugh. Beautiful. Okay, do we have... Wait, I can't get any more renown, right? Because I'm not... tier 3 yet. But of course... Well, but basically I'm done with Fractured Peak, so I'm gonna go finish up this as well. What? I was about to say, what the fuck is happening? I wonder if this counts, if I just like go in there, or if I have to actually do season the sellers. At least 10 sellers. Okay, so if I'm at 3, I can just do whatever. I don't have to like go for the... You're very active, there's a 10% chance to ignore incoming direct damage from this weapon. I mean, I'm gonna put it on, but... Okay, did it work? It does! Okay, so I can just do whatever seller. Yep. Oh. I found the next area. What am I? Get out. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay. I feel like we missed some tracks in that OST, or like in this playlist. No! I've done this one. Works a powerful, vicious, malignant foe from the Xanthus malignant pustules found within tunnels. Let's see. Aha, there we go. it now? Like, did I do it? Did that count? Okay, it did count. Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck? Okay, let's go down here. Fuck those enemies. What? I'm missing one waypoint? What? Is it this one? No. Oh, it's one of these probably. One of the strongholds. Go down here. Do a cello. Yuki, what the fuck? What is that face of yours, man? Fix your eyes. How many points do I have? 208? Let's spend some. Oh wait, one person. Okay, never mind then. Fuck that. I wanted to go here. Pretty sure someone who's playing the what's it called? Who's playing the cunt right now? T8 cunt. They're already like ripping the music from it. Buddy! I didn't get it because it took too long to explode. What the fuck? Bullshit. Bullshit. Meow. 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 Go to T-Bolt grass. The what? What the fuck is happening here? Bum 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 bum. Speak with the frightened girl. Bonita gather flowers. Where the flying wings? By the way, is Street Dog online? Oh, Street Dog ain't online. That sucks. What have went to him? Uh-oh. Faster. Blind borrows. That's how I'm gonna do this one. Ah! What the fuck? I hear this shrimp face. Okay. Whatever. You know, I had planned to eat like proper dinner Like just cold dinner, but still proper dinner. And I was like 10:30, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm not gonna eat today. This is way too late to make food now. Is this still the same Pac-Man stage? What the fuck? Like, still the same track? Was it like the second version? Don't touch me! Oh god. Ah! Teleport cooldown is increased by 0 per enemy hit. After teleporting, you gain 0% damage reduction. Okay, enhanced ice armor. Well, ice armor is active, your mana regeneration is increased by 25%. More spammy. So to be fair, when that one guy said like if they could maybe do something about the shitty drop rate, I do agree a little bit. Okay, like I mean I know it's part of the game, like part of the game loop, but it do be frustrating sometimes when you're like, oh my god, another legendary, and then okay, this legendary is not even better at all, and then another one. And another one, and another one, you know, and then one day maybe it's better, but probably not. Let's spider venom. Not yet. Don't afford me. I'm gonna go here. Wrong way. And explore whatever the fuck is here. I'm gonna destroy the serpent's eye. Yeah.
ねえいつか君がくれた花束はそういつの間にか星空に溶けて消えてもう色も意味も香りもその手触りも夜がそっと飲み込んだここにいるよ
I was about to say, what the fuck is he doing? I see it. Damn. Shredding. usually say that to Lud that you won't fail me. Because you look like you're gonna die. Uh-huh. So I have the coldest onslaught. What the fuck? Those folks. Woo! Fight me, fucker. Oh, you fuck. Well, I finished 2 regions. Well, I didn't really finish it, but you know, this. Actually, now that I'm wondering, can I switch to a higher tier now? Although I think they reduced it to initially they had it at 40, like level 40, and then level 50 and level 70 when you can go to the next higher tier. I think for World Tier 3 they went down to, okay, never mind, they didn't. Oh wait, maybe it's coming with 1.1.1. I think that's the case. Okay, I'm good. Actually good. I'm actually, like, I can feel how tired I get. Sometimes it's just like, I can go and go and go, but right now it's really just like, I'm getting tired. So, yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you have a good day, night, the morning, afternoon, evening, whatever the time zone. I'm just gonna drop you off at Holdit's place. He's playing Celeste, which I can't watch, but it's okay. He's still great. And I see you guys most likely tomorrow for more Batman. So yeah, thanks for being here. Bye.